welcome to yet another live stream. So I will just double check and see yet another live stream. Yes, I've had problems with my microphone earlier this week. I was 99% sure it was my recording program and not the microphone itself. And we seem to be fine. So the 7th live stream, and I am still nervous before this. Like, I've been sitting here for like 5 minutes just breathing. So yeah, welcome. Hello, I'm Remilia. I'm an indie author and I am currently working on a pirate fantasy novel, and I am so happy to have you here. It doesn't matter if you're watching it as of a recording or, you know, later. Still happy to have you here. And yeah, if you're new, this is me rewriting and creating the second draft for my pirate fantasy novel, which is currently called Wrapped in Ocean. I'm not sure if it will stick that way or if the title will change. I do actually like the title. It was one of the first things that came to mind when I started thinking about this story. But I also know that I have a tendency to change things while writing, and maybe after a few drafts the title doesn't fit anymore, and I am fine with that. I'm fine with changing it if it's what's best for the story and most fitting. So we have been writing 18 chapters this far, which is crazy, but also it's crazy that we're still not even halfway through. The first draft of this story had 52 chapters, and I am pretty sure we will stay around 52 or maybe going over. But we'll see. I did read through a few chapters to just plan out future live streams earlier today and realized that I have one chapter that is pretty long, and that will probably be, or like will probably need its own live stream, or else we will be here for like 5 hours, and I don't think neither you or I have the energy for that. So but yeah, last time Cordelia transformed into this sea creature thing, and we did like tackle the whole transformation, making it pretty painful actually. And like, I do enjoy making sure my stories are like comforting. Both my published books to date are very like comforting and just like sweet and cute, and a lot of this story is comforting, but it is also moments like this that are painful, and like I really want the reader to feel that feeling, because I want I want the decision she made to have weight to it. It's not just like, oh, magical girl transformation. No, she is merging with an octopus, both mentally and physically, which like, I just imagine it to be really painful. So yeah. And like, I do feel like that's one of the best part of like consuming media, and like especially writing, is to just like feel emotions. Art is supposed to make you feel things, so it does have like the same chapter has a light-hearted moment afterwards that is more happy and positive and enjoyable. So while the last chapter we wrote is starts with this painful feeling where you will pretty much feel like, I want the reader to feel kind of like when you talk about lice. You know, when someone mentions lice and you're just your head just starts itching. But then afterwards we would have like a visually very appealing scene with like the ocean floor and all the pretty things. So hopefully it will like even out. But there will also I feel like need to be like a part of the content warnings. I'm not really sure what I would label it as yet, but I will need to label it, and as soon as for beta readers, which I don't have a timeline. Like, I am aiming to get this done, like the second draft done before the end of the year, which with these live streams we are on track. Just need a little bit more. I think we're like 5 chapters, depending on how long the chapters are. Like I said, there's one chapter that's kind of long. I did not realize I had crammed all of those things into one chapter. But we'll see if I will have to split it up. Maybe take it from another point of view, but though I don't think that's something I want to do, because I do feel like that it's a Silver Eye chapter, and I do feel like all of those parts are needed. And I also, it will be next week, the last chapter next week, so we will have to see. But it is one of those chapters where when I think about it, when I realize what's in there, I'm like, oh, it's this one. And there's a lot of things to tackle in that chapter. Including one miracle, at least. Maybe 2. But for today, are 3 chapters. Since if you're new, I am aiming to do 3 chapters each time, because more than that it would probably be like too long of a session, but it still gets a lot done. So yeah, this far we've managed to do 3 chapters. But also, like, if there's a big chapter, I am I'm completely fine with, like, okay, I only managed to do 2 chapters. That would be fine. We're just going until we can't go anymore. Or until we get 3 chapters done. I do also have, like, something planned from the last chapter, which I am not looking forward to, honestly. So that will be, like, a little surprise. But today's chapters will be 1 chapter from Joan's point of view. We will have another Cordelia chapter, and we will have a Levi chapter. So there's 5 points of view in this story, and we're doing 3 today, so we will first. This is also the first chapter will also be kind of a fun chapter because it will bring some of our characters together. Partly because I need them to have to work together, because it's funnier that way, and way more interesting, and less to keep track of. But we will get some overplayed theatrics from Jones. We will get to know a bit more of the crew, and we will also see a meeting between the crew of the Sailing Serpent and the pirate crew of the Locket. And, like, I really like the dynamic of, like, here we have the Royal Navy folks having to work together with pirates. It also kind of brings out some annoying parts in Rasmus, which we will get to that at a later chapter, or a few later chapters, but it's also why he is growing throughout this book. So yeah, so the Locket will be saving the serpents from the Exions, which is basically a bunch of slave traders. Not purely, but if we're speaking in, like, if we boil it down to simple, generic terms, Jones will be sitting this one out, because if you were here last week, a few chapters ago, the Locket is kind of like, one of their things is that they're attacking the Exions, which is something that's very important to Reaper, especially, which you will also learn about later. But it's important to Reaper, and it's also something that the crew of the Serpent sometimes does while pretending to be pirates, kind of, because Anthony Longton doesn't take lightly to the whole slave trading thing, you know. So that will happen, and since Arthur and Rasmus is with the Sailing Serpent, there will be a fun little reunion between Rasmus and Jones. I mean, they didn't really interact more than the fact that Rasmus shot Jones. So but I still feel like reunion is the right word. And this is also when the Locket learns that Cordelia is missing. And we will also, the chapter after that, damn, it's hard to talk today. We will have some more underwater scenes, and we will introduce the Flying Dutchman. So there's 3 ships that's relevant to this story. The Locket, which is probably the most relevant one. The Sailing Serpent, which is the Royal Navy ship. And the Flying Dutchman, which is basically a ghost ship at this point. And the Dutchman is one of those things that are like very interesting, because when I wrote this story, it was at first supposed to be just like very light fantasy elements with Cordelia transforming into a sea creature, and that was about it. And then I decided that, like, oh no, I want the Flying Dutchman to help, and also because the current captain of the Dutchman is an ancestor to Jones. And then I was like, okay, maybe there will actually be kind of a crew, like not like the ghost ship needs a crew, but because, like, partly I just didn't want the captain of the Dutchman to be alone for like 300 years or so. But also, this is where many of the fantasy elements come in, because I had also recently read Bram Stoker's Dracula, and I was like, firstly, if you haven't read it, it's great, except for the ending, which sucks. And I was kind of angry about the ending, and I was like, I want Bram Stoker-esque vampires in this story, which, like, following those rules made it kind of hard to include them on a ship, but it still worked. I think I managed to, like, get it there. There are 2 vampires. It's a pair of twins that has many of the, like, powers of Dracula, though they are lower vampires, so they aren't as powerful as, for example, Dracula. Not that it did him any good, but, you know. Let's move on from Dracula, because I had forgotten the hatred. But part of the crew are 2 vampires that, like, they're not able to do the whole transforming into a wolf or big beast kind of thing. And that's kind of where their, like, lower vampire status comes in. They do, however, transform into cats. But yeah, of course there are some issues for them, like the Flying Dutchman has a bunch of holes in it, and vampires can't like cross moving water. That's one of the like Dracula rules for vampires. And so they like have to go around it and kind of like work around it a bit. And then there's one more crew member, so it's a very tiny crew. But like I said, the Flying Dutchman doesn't need a crew because it's kind of the captain and the ship is kind of merged together in like connection and ghostly things. But they also have a half troll, because I have started to rediscover like old Scandinavian fairy tales and like rediscover my love for them. So I was like, I want something like a John Bauer-esque troll, and to make that like clear, John Bauer was this artist who like painted a lot of trolls for a lot of things, but he was especially known for illustrating these children's fairy tale books that comes out every year. I think they still do come out every year, but they were like the ones he illustrated were the big ones. And like it was such a big part of my childhood, and like that's how I imagine trolls, which is like nothing like most trolls I've seen, especially in like media from other places of the world. But for me, and I think many other like Swedish people who grew up with them, they're very like, this is what a troll looks like. And I don't have a picture though, do I? No. Maybe I do have, because I can't hold myself to get. No, I don't. But you could look it up. But yeah, I wanted to include that, so I made Freya, or like I made this character a half troll, which let's just not think about how that happened, because you know we don't want to think about that. But she's part of this crew, and like half of them doesn't even want to be there. So this is also kind of where a certain other character came to be more than just a dangerous man, I guess. So yeah. And then we will be back on the locket after that for the last chapter, with things like we will get some hints of Silver Eye's background from Levi's perspective. So it will be like tiny little hint, and there will be some more like dynamics between the pirates and the navy. And they are mocking Rasmus because, you know, he almost killed their captain. And we will also get to the point where Jones learns that Cordelia is the same person who sent the letters. So I think today we will finally, like, everyone will be aware of who each other is, kind of situation. So will be fun. Apart from like the Locket and the Dutchman, because they won't meet until later. So, but yeah. Right, I will also do this thing. We have some music today. Just make sure it's good volume. We have some music today. Just make sure it's good volume. We have some music today. Actually, I think it's good volume. Because I realize I'm just like steamrolling this sometimes when I just start writing and I don't say much. Can keep it a bit interesting at least, I think. No, Reaper wouldn't call Jones sir. Crap. I think... Oh my god, why didn't I think of this? I am just calling like the Royal Navy the Royals, but I am realizing that there's probably a few more, you know, monarchs in this world and not just one royal. And I don't have a name for their country. I really don't. Okay, let's do some fun things. And I will just tell you what I'm doing. So I will try to come up with a name on the spot. Which is so hard. I am so bad at names. Ah. Oh no, and there isn't. Okay. Okay, it is. Country nation names. Okay, so for now, I will use fantasynamegenerators.com to come up with a country name. And then we can change that later. But maybe? Because like coming up with the other names, I actually put a lot of thought into the names. So the town where Cordelia is from is called Hopewell. Partly because it's a very like religious town. And like the whole Exio Island thing comes from the Swedish word axiom, which is like truth, if I remember correctly. I can just look it up. So it's like something obvious that's true. And like since the whole religion here is based on like there's this one truth, and the Exio Islands are like the hub for this religion. So and like Crow's Nest is because Crow was there and had this whole thing going on there, and there's another place called Shipwreck Haven that you will see later on, but it's pretty much as the name suggests. It's a big reef and a dangerous island, so yeah, you know what? We will save the name thing for future me, for future drafts. For now, they will just be the royals. And I can come up with something later when I am not, you know, nervously having to explain what I'm doing. Until I'm done. So I can puke bad ideas to myself. Because bad ideas fuel good ideas. But it's not something I want to expose myself for. my computer just told me that my webcam app was connected to the computer. I'm not really sure why. I know it is. Is it obvious that I'm really bad at writing action scenes and I'm just avoiding it? No, there will be an action scene later. There will be a few avoided ones for that, but I don't know, I feel like in this case, they're not really adding much. Because the important things happen before and after. And also, like, the reason, one of the reasons I had Joan sit this one out is for plot purposes. So I did consider, when I've been reading through this before, I'm distracting myself with the music, to actually have Jones join in this fight. But then I realized that would mess with things later on. Especially since in this fight Rasmus is also there. And I can't have Rasmus go and recognize Jones in the middle of a fight and then turn the whole situation around. They need to be saved first. And it also, like, I want to add to the fact that they are trying to hide who they are. We still need to remember that. It will be more relevant later on. And you will kind of know, like, learn why that is. But I do realize how weird it might be to have the captain sit this fight out. So I am really glad that the Locket has their motivation elsewhere. Because while Jones, you know, like, keeps the morale and everything and cares about their crew, the thing that keeps the morale even more, especially in dangerous situations, is having Reaper on their side. Like, there's a line later on where another one of the pirates basically says that, like, you know, the worst thing that could happen is if we lost morale. And for many of us, we can't imagine even a goddess being able to stand up to Reaper. So like, they fear and respect this man so much. And they are very much like, yeah, we're fine. Reaper is here. We will be fine. Though Jones is very much more of the caring kind of person. Or, like, he's very much more, or, like, they are very much more, like, showing that they're caring. Because Reaper is kind of lacking in those skills. But yeah, that's why I need to have a reason for Jones to sit this one out. And it's also kind of, like, interesting to have it come up as, like, oh, this is actually a thing that they need to think about and handle. Because it's kind of hard to hide your, like, body parts from people when you're stuck on a boat together. But even more so if you know, do the thing once a month. Like, every month. And having to, like, clean it up without anyone seeing it and all of that. So I do also feel like I want to add that to the, this makes this even harder for Jones to hide things. But, like, people get hurt. It's also, like, it might have been harder if they were, I don't know, stuck in an office building. But yeah. You don't realize how many, like, swear words you use until you're trying to write fantasy where they don't make sense. Because I was just about to write, hell, Silver didn't even handle blood well. And then I realized, like, oh man, no. That's Christianity. Like, it was easier in Keep Me Breathing because that whole thing was lore-wise very demon heavy. In the background, well, it wasn't very relevant to the story, but in the world building it was fact, so it was a lot of like dukes of hell. I don't have that here. I don't. I figure out your swear words. is kind of a long chapter. Oh. It took a while, but that's okay. I'm also realizing, like, Jones didn't really question the fact that Isora was part of the naval crew. And like I wonder if they should question it. But at the same time I feel like maybe they wouldn't, since, you know, they're also at least, you know, assigned female at birth. Even though, you know, Jones is hiding that from everyone. But we will go back down into the ocean. But first, I will take a very, very short break. Otherwise, I will not be able to focus. So, see you very soon. So I am back. Ooh. Okay. I just needed, you know, a human break. But we will dive right back into underwater, because I think I tackled everything I needed to tackle in the last chapter. So, like I mentioned earlier, this chapter will introduce the ship, the Flying Dutchman, which, like, I know many people like to think of it as Davy Jones's ship because of, you know, Disney. but it's not. It's not. They're from different parts of the world. They're from different countries. And I actually, like, when I started writing this, was like, I want to figure out who is said to be the captain of the Flying Dutchman. Did the Flying Dutchman have, like, a known captain? And so I did figure that out, and his name is Wilhelm van der Decken. I'm totally not pronouncing that correctly. I can barely pronounce, words in my own native language, so... But that's also why I named the captain, the current captain, important to know that it's the current captain of the Flying Dutchman that is Wilhelm. Or Will, as he is also called. And yeah, this will also be kind of a physical chapter for Cordelia, just like last week's chapter. But this will be more like I want to kind of dive into the fear, because one thing about the ship, the Flying Dutchman, in this story is that because Will was the one to kill the current sea goddess, which did a whole Nightmare on Elm Street thing and turned her into the goddess in the first place. Everything in the ocean fears this ship. Even plants will try to bow and lean away from it. So the story, for your understanding, or for your sake too, so you understand it, it will be introduced later on as well. But the Flying Dutchman used to be captained by Captain Crow, a few hundred years before this story takes place. And Crow was feared. She was a very feared pirate, often called the Queen of the Nine Seas. And she was ruthless and very, very self-centered. And also, her self-preservation instincts were, through the roof. And things happen. Will used to be part of her crew. He wasn't really a high-ranking part of the crew, but he was part of the crew, and at one point tasked with keeping an eye on one of their prisoners. And he kind of fell in love with this prisoner and helped her escape. And in that escape, he was forced to go up against Captain Crow, and he basically sent his friend, or their first mate, who was on their side, to take this girl away from the ship, get her to safety, keep her safe, while Will went up against Captain Crow and eventually killed her. And because Captain Crow, had so much hatred and meanness in her. She kind of refused to die and instead managed to, become the goddess of the sea. And the reason I'm saying it's like doing a Nightmare on Elm Street thing is because if you've seen like the 4th Nightmare on Elm Street movie, the backstory about Freddy Krueger is basically the same. Like, he was so evil he was turned into a demon kind of thing. That's kind of what happened. And she then cursed Wilhelm to, be stuck as a ghost and to have this mist around the ship that would practically like make other ships lost in the mist. But since like Crow, when she was alive, had one fear, which was to die. Like, that was the thing she feared the most. The Flying Dutchman and Wilhelm is kind of the representation of her death. And the ocean will do as she wants it to, so everything is also like terrified of this ship. And it's just like a whole thing. There is a whole thing about like a prophecy that wasn't supposed to be a prophecy but was a threat, and it kind of became a prophecy with Captain Crow. Because at one point in her life, when she captured a siren, they told her that one of your men will fall in love and that will be the end of you. And it was meant as a threat. Like, this isn't even in the story. This is just like backstory lore. But Crow took that as a prophecy. Like, sirens are known to sprout prophecies in this world, which I am starting to believe I might actually have to write a second story to dive into some of these fun world building things. But not everything a siren says is a prophecy. And in this case, it wasn't meant to be a prophecy, it was just a threat to scare her, because the siren knew that, Crow is scared of dying. That's pretty much what happened to Crow. With Wilhelm finding love and because of that killing her and everything. I'm not gonna. It might happen again, but with someone else from her crew. But yes, writing, not just talking and thinking about this. I really like this story. This story is very much like me bribing myself, and I have used it as a carrot for finishing other things. Like, I had this idea before I was finished with Keep Me Breathing, and I was like, I can't work on this idea until Keep Me Breathing is done. and so it worked as a motivator to make myself actually finish it, because I am very easily distracted and very much prone to shiny new story or shiny new idea syndrome. So yeah, underwater. Mm-hmm. really like. I really imagine that, you know, if you are underwater and try to eat something, you will taste salt. Everything will taste like salt. That's uh, that's my theory, at least, of, you know, living underwater in the ocean. So it's time. Wait, okay. I just skipped the whole paragraph. I'm gonna take these off for a moment. Oh. It's so weird to have them off, but like I really like my headphones to be very tight, but after a while it kind of starts to hurt. So we're doing it without them on for a moment and see how much I'll be able to focus. I have an old house, or I live in an old house, so it makes sounds sometimes. I'm not sure what that was. So, this guy I actually want to rename because while I feel like Victor suits him, I also feel like he's too good to be a Victor. So I would love any suggestions as to another name because I can't really figure it out. But I really feel like Victor isn't good enough. Is that bad? I don't know. Maybe it's just like it's one of those names where I don't really have like any good experience with anyone with the name. And also like I kind of think of Frankenstein every time and I hated that guy. So I don't want him to be named Victor, but I want the vibes of the name Victor. Now this will be like a long term. I will have to change it before publication. So there is actually like in the description of this live stream / video a link to like I set up a Patreon just to have things collected in one place with like it's a free thing. You can vote on a name or come with better suggestions. There's also a little drawing of him if you want, you know, a face to the guy. But yeah, I will need to figure out a different name. But for now, he will be square brackets Victor. there's so many things I need to change here. So at first I actually had like, oh, Doris mentioned that this ship might be able to help you. But then I realized, like, no, why would she know that? And why would she know any of their history? Like, sure, they might be able to help, apart from, you know, chasing every other ship away. But so now I have to rewrite things and change a lot of things that are like, oh, but my aunt said you might be able to help me find them. There was also like Doris being banned from the locket and not being able to find them. But then I'm like, no, like, Reaper isn't magical, he's just scary. Or like, not magical in that sense, at least. He just threatened her, and is very, very convincing. And kind of scared her. And that kind of creates like a domino effect. So changing one thing just leads to me having to work around that later on. Which I did in the first draft, kind of change this later. But it's not like I went back to change it, you know, over here where it was relevant. Because that was for future me. And now is future me. At least in regards to that time, so. this is also a fun workaround, because in the first draft, Will figures out that, oh, the person who threatened Doris is Cromwell. But also that doesn't work, because later on he's very like surprised and doesn't know that Cromwell is alive. I guess Cromwell is kind of alive, just doesn't use that name anymore. But Wilhelm would still know the name the locket. So much pain. Okay. So how would you react if someone tells you that they're looking for the ship that used to belong to the love of your life, who you haven't seen in like a very, very, very long time? They shouldn't be alive. And hearing the name Jones, that the captain is named Jones. Which is the same name as said love of your life. And your thought is, she moved on. And like, would Wilhelm believe that Captain Jones? No, because Cordelia describes them as a man. So Wilhelm would probably not connect the dots to it being he's Jones, but it's still like hinting that she moved on while he didn't. While he died for her. Okay, not thinking about that. There are so many like love stories entangled in this story. Like we have Cordelia and Jones, and then there's Wilhelm and Jones's ancestor, and Cromwell, kind of. And then we have Reaper and Silver. And like at least 2 other stories that I won't really spoil for you yet. Because those are more late game. But I do feel like Wilhelm and Irma Jones was, or is, like the one that pains me the most. Because like, he died for her. To save her. And like, then he hears that there's another Jones on her ship. And he believes that she moved on. While he never did that. And like, she didn't move on. Like, for the sake of our hearts, she didn't move on. It was his child. She gave birth to his child. And she had his friend look after her. And the child. And future children. As long as they, you know, stepped onto the ship. And like, there is another part to that love story too. Because that was kind of like a love triangle, because his friend who protected Irma were in love with Wilhelm. And he just had to leave him to die. No. No. Focus on the cute ones. You know, like Cordelia and Jones, who kind of doesn't meet very much in this story. Like, for being the main characters, they do not interact very much. It's just that they're very focused on each other. But we also have Silver and Reaper, and that they do interact. Even if it's maybe not always the best interactions. But they have some of the best interactions. At least in the first drafts. But we are back. Speaking of Silver and Reaper, not that there will be very much of them in this chapter because this is Levi's chapter, but like I said earlier today, a few hours ago, we will get the hint of Silver's background. Just a hint. Tiny, tiny hint. Just like the small sprinkles about Reaper. And Levi will have to ask for help. You know, he's not very good at that, which is fun. And they will bully Rasmus. Everyone is so mean to this guy. Like, I understand them. And after writing the first draft, or even while writing the first draft, I was kind of annoyed at the guy. Like, he's growing on me. He is growing on me. I will admit that. And like, he will change, which is probably why I kind of like him now, because, well, you know, Cordelia does a physical transformation into a sea creature. Rasmus will grow and become, you know, a person with his own thoughts and not just an echo chamber of his father's thoughts and beliefs. And he will crack, he will slowly crack. And I think it will start with like, maybe the pirates aren't bad people. No, stop. I can't think that. They are bad people. But maybe they don't seem like bad people. Yeah, the more I write this, the more I feel like I want to write the second book. Why can't I just write standalones? I want to write standalones. But yeah, I do have an idea for a second book, which will focus heavily on Rasmus. And the whole human trading thing as well. But yes, one more chapter. This will be the last chapter. I am clapping very much and babbling. So if you've been here before, you know about the crow's nest on the locket. But if you haven't been here before, the crow's nest is, you know, that basket high up in the main mast on a ship. You know, the one we all, or like at least I, as a child, really wanted to be like, I want to be in that. I would love to be up there. I have since learned that that's the most unsteady place on a boat or on a ship, and that most people don't like to be there, like actually be there. So, but on the locket, that's Reaper's territory. You don't go up there. Unless you want his anger aimed at you. Because somehow I tend to add very, like, at least one character in each story who likes to keep their things very much in place, which I don't know if it's my unyielding love for the character Bastine Inkart who influenced that, or if it's my partner. But Reaper is very much like, he likes to keep his things where he left them, which, you know, they shouldn't really be able to stay in one place up there, but for reasons, his things does stay where he left them, and he will know if you touch them. You will absolutely know if you touch them. Okay, so we actually have 2 hints of Silver Eye's backstory. I did not think about this one, but this is also very much, maybe it's not even hint, it's like bigger, because he's actually like, yeah, I'm a runaway. Yeah. So, in the first draft, I had actually written like Levi, thinking that, oh, maybe he wasn't the ruthless pirate the Navy made them out to be. And then when I read it back, I realized, like, Levi is in the Navy. Levi has dealt with pirates before. The Serpent does kind of focus on pirates. So that didn't make sense. But I feel like that's a good thing to keep in mind when you write your first draft, that it's okay if things get messy, you know? It doesn't have to make sense the first time. It just have to make sense when you actually release it to the world as a finished thing. did I just write? Okay, so we're almost done with this chapter, and I will need to grab some things for... We will do a little bit of research together, I guess. But I'll be right back. Okay, so I am back. I will soon show you. Just a little bit left, but it's in this coming paragraph. So, let's see. And I will actually put my headphones on because I don't know. I would need to focus on, anything other than my phobias. So, okay, I am making a way bigger deal out of this than it needs to be. But I want to describe the taste, and I am... Somehow I always do this. Coffee was a big thing in Keep Me Breathing, and I don't like coffee. I can drink iced coffee if it's sweetened and like has milk of some sort in it. That's it. And that's probably the only reason I started to drink coffee that way, was to be able to like kind of describe it. And I also like did research on it, like how does coffee taste and what's different kinds of coffee. I also only am able to drink like one kind of instant coffee, and it's like the cheapest kind ever. But I am also not very much of a drinker, especially not like a rum drinker, and I don't really handle things that isn't mixed to the level of not tasting the taste of alcohol. Like there are energy drinks that for me remind me of like the aftertaste of alcoholic drinks, and I don't like them. But for research purposes, I did actually like go ahead and buy this tiny bottle of rum, because I would probably like taste this much, and getting a bigger bottle felt very much like a waste. But yeah, this will be the thing that I am researching this with. And I don't think I've like managed to even take more than like super tiny sip without like mixing it with Coke, you know, Coca-Cola, Coke. Okay, I might not even be able to open this thing. We're moving a bit away from my computer. Okay, it's open. Do people drink this willingly? Okay. I'm starting to like accept the smell. I don't know how I would describe the smell though. Kind of sweet and strong. Like, is that weird? Is that a weird description? Oh my god, the things I do for this book. And I'm not gonna drink from the bottle. I will what's this called? Yeah, it's not really a drinking glass, but it was the tiniest thing I had that wasn't like a measuring spoon, and also was in glass, because I know other things, like the taste is affected on what you drink it from, so I imagine them drinking from a glass bottle, because what else? So plastic wouldn't be. Why do I smell this? And it also gives me room to, yeah. I am stalling because I have a phobia for, vomit, or like vomiting. Yeah, I can kind of handle other people's vomit, just not the act itself. Okay, I am spilling things on myself. And this is very, very little in this. Oh, okay. I saved my share. It's only my pants, so it's fine. And no, like, nose holding. I am such a coward. Just do it. Do the scary thing. That's what life is about. Doing the scary things. You can't have adventures without scary things. Okay. Okay. I don't see why anyone would like this. And I kind of want to just like rinse it down with water, but I also know that I will need to describe this thing. But first let me just wash this thing off, or like put it away. Where? Okay, I have clean hands now. I will not touch my keyboard without clean hands. So it smells kind of... It's very strong. I will write this... I'm just gonna write it down here. And sweet, which like makes sense since it's made from, you know, sugar things. But also, like, it burns in the same way like mint does, but it's like a cool burning sensation. And it just makes my mouth feel weird afterwards. Like, it wasn't I need to spit it out bad. I just don't want to ever drink it like that again. I probably will for the sake of this book, but maybe not on camera. But like, I still feel it in my mouth, and I only drank like half of what I poured into my mug, or into like my can. Jar is the word. It's a jar. But like, my mouth feels weird. But like, also, I've been a teenager. I've tried drinking like vodka clean, and that's awful. But it does have like a mouthwash sensation, but also sweet. And like, it's like if you took peppermint and like tripled that strong minty sensation feeling and kind of wrapped it in a blanket made out of sugar and honey. Yeah, it's kind of like the honey feeling you get in your mouth, but mixed with mint. But not like the taste of mint. Okay. I am clearly not good at describing tastes, so I do not have the vocabulary for that. not soft in any way. Okay. Uh, that was you know, interesting. Ah, I still feel that in my mouth. Yeah, not a fan. Maybe I'm just destined to not be an adult, you know. That's what I've been told, that you're not an adult unless you drink coffee, and I feel like this, like, whole alcohol thing might be very similar. So, yeah. That was 3 chapters. We are 3 chapters down, and we're up in the 20s of chapters. And also, oh my god. Oh. Yeah. Next week will be a treat. I'm just looking at my notes for the next 3 chapters, and Rasmus will be stupid. He will very much be stupid. And also, I'm gonna double check if we're doing. Yeah, we will start with the Rasmus chapter. And Jones will learn that Silver knows about Cordelia and the letters. There will also be like a bit more of Rasmus looking down on other people. Why? Okay. So, and especially Isora, which is the sailing master on the Sailing Serpent, or, you know, former Sailing Serpent. I still kind of need to figure out why, but I will have a week to think about that. And then there will be a bit more of, you know, Dutchman crew things happening. And then we will get... Oof, there will be so many fun things. There will be the aftermath of a storm. It's a very, very interesting aftermath. There will be some cleaning wounds scene. And also, like, one of my favorite lines in the first draft is in that chapter, in chapter 24. And there will be an argument. I will need to make my way to the library before next week, because there's an argument happening that I have very much just left to future me. And we will finally get more of Silver's backstory, like why he left, why he ran away, who he is, you know. And we'll also get to know more about the logistics of the locket, especially like who, like there's a situation with Silver Eye and Reaper officially sharing a room, but also not sharing a room since Reaper is up in the crow's nest. But yeah, that will also be talked about. And we will also get more of Freya's backstory. The half-troll from the Dutchman. And Rasmus will start to crack. It's just a tiny little crack, but it's a crack. Okay, let's just think positively at Rasmus's crack. Of starting to think that maybe things aren't like he thought they were, you know. So that's what we have next week. It will probably be a long session next week because chapter 24 is long. Like most, I usually write pretty short chapters. I usually don't go over 2,000 words, and most of them are around 1,000 words. I think partially because I enjoy short chapters. It's easier to just like read a chapter and then go away, and it's easier to think like, yeah, just one more chapter, like 50 times. Because I really struggle with like stopping to read in the middle of a chapter. I don't know how people can do that without going, you know, crazy about it. I just feel weird, and then I think about it, and then I think about it more, and then I can't stop thinking about it, and I can't focus on anything else. So I just, but yeah, chapter 24 in the first draft is over 3,000 words. And there's so much going on in that chapter. I might have to look into splitting it up, but we'll see. But it is one of my favorite chapters because it also hints very much at what's going on with the locket and what's going on with Reaper. But yeah, that's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you have a great adventure, and I hope to see you next week.